FEI European Jumping Championships for Young Riders, Juniors and Children 2026 here in Hagen at the venue of Family Home Host. A warm welcome to the
Well, good morning everybody. Very, very warm welcome to FEI TV and to the FEI Jumping European Championships in Hagen ATW. For 2026, the finals begin today. The medals begin to be issued, awarded, won, claimed, and the podium ceremony lays ahead of us a little later on today for two of the categories with the team finals. We're going to begin with the children this morning, and we, as ever, have all the riders involved taking part as individuals, and the concentration through the first 60 will be on individuals only before we then move in to the team final, where we'll predominantly, I should say, focus on those teams. 10 teams have qualified to come back in the final, obviously bringing forward the scores that they accumulated over the 2 rounds of jumping so far. The individuals, obviously this is their third competition, and it will be the top 30 individuals that go forward into the individual final for the children, which takes place tomorrow afternoon. So, individual-wise, Pedro Mansa, the Dutch rider, is still leading after that quick table C as the rider sat on 0. Manuel Royer from France is in the silver medal position, tied equal with Germany's Justus Thompson. So both those riders tied there in second place. And then Tabby Morgan-Evans, the British rider, at the moment in 4th, ahead of Nelly Venehorn. So that's the top 5 individuals. Meanwhile, as far as the teams go, Great Britain lead on a score of 5.61, ahead of the Netherlands on 7.10 and Switzerland on 8.45. Those are your medal positions starting out today. Germany, though, just behind them, and joined in there with Sweden, Italy, Ireland, Spain, Belgium and Denmark to give us the 10 nations that will be part of the final 10. So, we're about to get underway, 9 AM here local time. I would suspect that the team element will start around 11 AM, if that's helpful to any of you watching. Obviously, there's the individuals, as I say, to get through first, and there are 54 of those, plus a couple of breaks, so I would guess, around about 11 AM. We should be getting underway with the first rotation of team riders in the meantime, but all of the remaining riders looking to put themselves in the best possible place individually. They're all stacked up in reverse order of merit within the individual rankings. So obviously plenty of riders now on teams that sadly didn't get into the top 10. But we'll see as we get later into the draw. We'll be seeing the rounds that will become more significant when they're trying to ensure they qualify for the finals individually. The courses this week from Christian Weigard have been excellent. The German course designer in fine form, setting out the challenges. And this one is ready to go, I believe. We're set to start. Well, here we go with the first forward riding for Romania. Individual is Natalia Arabutaz. She had a late horse change. She was due to come here to the championships with Nemo, and then had to change late on just before the start of the week to this ride. This is Bosse Zodiac, carrying forward a cumulative total across the 2 rounds so far of 43.15. Interesting to see how this course rides. Jumping a height of 1.30 m, 12 numbered fences. Ooh, hang on a moment, we've come to a stop at fence 2. No combination in today, but there are 3 doubles. So still 15 different jumping efforts. Not their day. Unfortunate end with the elimination there. So sadly we lose the Romanian combination there of Natalia Ana as the first to go. Inevitably, with them coming forward in reverse order of merit, the combinations we're seeing early on are those that perhaps haven't had the form they would have ideally wanted this week. Although in some cases, some started strongly and then perhaps just ended up not going as well on the second day. So there's been lots of ups and downs and moving around in the order, and I'm sure that'll happen again today. As is always the case, though, in any championship, clear rounds count. They are what push you forward and lift you up and will keep you on top. Unfortunately, the first goes down and adds 4 to the score. This, the Turkish combination of Eva Gursum riding King. Getting anywhere either at that third fence. It's a tricky place to have the third fence. It's there for a very good reason, but it is just past the in-gate, which obviously creates a little bit of distraction for the horses, and means the riders have got to ensure that they have that really solid connection as they come round that corner to keep that focus and keep pushing forward. A little bit of rebuilding going on, and then the bell will sound again. Here we go. No. Departing stage right there, unfortunately. In fact, actually, of course, you go out a different gate to what you come in, so having to go over to the far side to leave the arena. But we say farewell, unfortunately, there to Eva Gursum and to King. Well, the next to go rides for Greece, Sierra Dimitra Panusa. Currently sitting at 92nd in the order on a score of 28.14. Sadly, Fencers down yesterday, adding 20 to their score on that occasion. Getting a much stronger start to this round. Quite an open track, plenty of time between the fences, which I think will draw its own problems. Just like that. So obviously the score you can see in the bottom right hand corner of the screen on the graphic is their individual cumulative total across all 3 rounds that they will have competed in. The table C, where the time is converted into a penalty score, and then from yesterday, obviously the round from today, so they finish on a championship total of 36.14 across the 3 rounds of jumping. I didn't get into penalties there. That was Iona Dimitra Furasana with Amba Valletta. We see the first finish.
27.72 for Norway.
the attention now turns to the Norwegian partnership of Ive Merberg, Chiara van Het Lindenhoff. Sitting 91st in the order. We should always remember as well that even those that perhaps haven't had the best week, anybody that's here this week is of course one of the big talents in show jumping's youth system, because you've only got the best from each nation here, and by even finding your way through the start line on day one, you're there within the top 100 or so in Europe in your category, and that in its own right says a lot about your ability. The last going down, the clip by horse fence falling, and that ultimately brings the score for the championship up to 39.72, adding the 12 in there for today's round. That was Ive Merberg and Chiara van Het Lindenhoff, so off and running. Now a couple of rounds completed. Coming up next, as we can just catch up on the replays here. This is Alexa Bonnar riding Centrado. Currently sitting in 90th place on a score of 25.04, which is now 29.04. Well, that was a good round of jumping. It was obviously still four, but still by far the best of the rounds we've seen so far. So a really positive finish. You can see happy there with the way that's gone. And in so many cases, for those obviously that don't necessarily get into the top 30 today, just having a decent round today after some stickier rounds earlier in the championship. Ensure that things finish on a high, and I think that'll be a positive end there for Alexa. So she finishes on a championship total of 29.04. Big Pat, happy horse. Next to go, the Bulgarian partnership riding here is Alexander Bonev riding Moulin Rouge, and sadly the opening fence goes down, so immediately pushing their score to 28.48. I'd say frustrating, they've just had that one fence down, but then have another down, just as I was thinking that. Again, you can see these really long runs that the course designer's given them between the fences today. I think will really make sure they keep that level of concentration will be so important. It is 2 fences for Alexander Bonev there at a championship score of 32.48. Still very early stages of the individuals as we work through this lineup of riders before the team's final that will come around 11 AM this morning. Children's medals to be awarded at the end of this first class of the day, and then this afternoon we have the young riders medals to award for the teams. Next in from Bulgaria to Poland, Kamila Babanaska riding V van der Gonnerhove Z. Good combination for the Polish team this year with that double clear in the Nations Cup in the Netherlands in Zideveld. Now starting on a championship score after 2 rounds of 20.35. Majority of which actually came from the table C, because she actually only had a 4 penalty score in the second individual competition. Talented partnership, and again, as I say, it goes back to what happened in terms of the score out of the table C. It's turned into not the reflective abilities. Very lovely little bit of riding there, keeping the balance as she needed to on the approach to the final double. 2 more fences to go. And of course, she's still clear. And that is the way you want to finish. Brilliantly done. 20.35 clear round today, the first of them over this track, and finishes on that total of 20.35, which of course at the moment is the best championship score. So we'll see if that ends up later being enough. I don't think that it will be. That score of 20.35, I mean, she started today in 88th position individually, so we'd need quite a rise in terms of the order, but you just, I guess you never know. Either way, great way to finish. Well done to Kamila and to V. Onwards to Belgium. Emma Scherertz riding Ratarian. Cumulative total of 19.68. Sadly ended up adding 16 penalties yesterday, or the day before yesterday, in that second individual round to her score. It's made life more difficult in terms of getting into the top 30, having come out of the table C on a score of 3.68. She was sitting in 33rd after the Table C. Starts today in 87th. She's still clear. .86 is the time allowed, is comfortable, and that great news again for that young lady from Belgium. Very, very happy indeed, and that's how it should be. 19.68 her total. Well done to Emma Schuretz. And
Und wir haben eine Bitte, ein deutscher Besucher Osnabrück Hagen 682. Wir freuen uns ja, dass Sie heute Morgen schon den Weg zu uns gefunden haben, aber Sie haben sich mit Ihrem Auto auf die Wasserzufuhr.
Interesting, getting a couple of early clears bodes well for the teams as well a little later.
Dieses Osnabrück Hagen 682. Einmal bitte Ihr Auto.
Next to go. Partnership who ride for Lithuania. This is Kazis Malanakas riding Gediasani. Championship total starting today of 18.95. And that now goes up to 22.
So, he's coming to the finish with 2 fences down, so we have to adapt 8 penalties. So this final score for the moment from 26.95 for Kaius Milanauskas Giassini. The next to go, the first to go.
Well, Kazis Malanakas there, and Giassani wrapping up what will be their championship for 2026 on a total of 8 in this round to take their score 26.95. Well, this next combination to go will be the Austrian partnership of Livia Schwartz riding Lacrima. Championship total is 17.06. To have had that part of the double down. Crossing the line. 25.06, so 2 fences down, still an improvement on the from yesterday. Still the little spots on that course. Looks really nice.
Next to go with a score, certainly for the moment from...
So well done, Livia, finishing off a championship score of 25.06. Miguel up next. We are looking to Portugal's Miguel Simões da Costa. Jesus Parisol. At a 12 to the score in that individual second round. Carrying a score then of 16.92. Four so far. On the 8 as they come down to the last. Jump that to finish on the 8 for Portugal then, and 24.92 becomes the cumulative total there for Jesus Parisol and Miguel Simões da Costa.
The next to go, 9 years old,
obviously, as the riders advances down, those two riders that both got clear rounds, Emma Scannell-Waretz and Camilla Bobulescu, are gradually moving their way up the order as those that have poles. Obviously, at the moment, with their scores, fall below them. So it is seeing the two clear rounds benefit quite considerably as it stands. Now onwards to another from Turkey here. Ali Yakin riding Hope de Bethune. Championship score so far is 16.45. The final fence goes for Ali. That clipped my horse up right there at the end of the track, meaning that they increase their score. And on a championship score of 21.45. They were quite steady though. They did pick up a time penalty as well, so they actually ended up with a score of 5. I'd be disappointed though that the fence that fell was the last, having got that far. We move to another for Greece now. This is Asima. Simina riding Rebel VGW. Simina Mitro Spensu, starting on a cumulative total of 15.97. He actually jumped just for the 4 penalties in that second team round, or the, sorry, second individual round. First round, what was the teams, but the second individual round. So it wasn't a bad performance at all. It's just the cumulative total coming pejoratively from the table C.
Coming home with a clear round.
Nicely done. We have a new leader individually as it stands. 15.97 is now the top score as we get the third clear round. Well done to Asimia Mitro Spensu there for Greece. She started today in 80th position.
Now the next to go for Czech Republic with a score from
We'll see if that moves. Well, it will move her up, but it depends how far. We will find out later. Well, this next combination rides for the Czech Republic. It's Natalie Naprostova riding here with Salu Z. Added 8 to the score in the second competition to sit now on 15.44 as a total.
And it's also a clear round this morning here from Natalia Naprostova.
To the final fence there, and well done indeed to those two. They finish as they started today. Certainly finding the clears in these rounds now, which is great to see. Well done to Natalia Naprostova and Salu Z. 15.44 is their championship score. Well, the next to go rides for Ireland, and this is a combination that delivered a clear round in that second individual competition. So they're still sat on that score that went against them from the table C of 15.07. It's Zara Kirby Kasola. Riding here with Seraphine Van Het Wiesdorf. Unfortunately, whereas yesterday, the day before yesterday, it was clear, it's a score of 4 today, but still showing their talent without question. At 19.07, though, as a final championship mark, drops them into third for the moment. So that was Zara Kirby-Casolo riding Serafin Valette, still for Ireland. Next is a partnership for France. Actually, sadly, didn't get into the top 10, did they, in terms of the team competition? Ireland are in the top 10. Obviously, Zara is competing as an individual this week. So this now is the turn of Lele Lannes riding Hermani Gorari. Rest of the French riders we see today. Put together a very solid performance on the opening day in the table C to finish on a score of 2.85. At that stage, they were sitting in 20th position. Unfortunately, they added 12 to the score in the second round, which is what's dropped them down the order.
She's coming home now with
just the 4 today, so again, at least improving on the round from 2 days ago, but certainly
next to go is from Norway, coming to the arena, Noble Choice, Hagen.
So they finish with their championship. There and Hermani Gorari for France. Next to go is Norway and Bertine Hagen Branston, who starts today on a score of 14.48 with Noble Choice, another of the 8-year-olds in terms of the horses. Now seeing some lovely rounds of jumping from these jockeys, and I'm really pleased for them because in a lot of cases, even with the clear, it might not mean they get in. And obviously, the more clears we get, perhaps the less likelihood is they'll get into the 30 that'll qualify for the individual final. And see that partnership there today starting in 75th place, so it'll be a stretch to think they would, but just really good, really positive, really important to finish on a high. Nicely done there. So that was Bettina Hagen-Beniston, best of the scores so far. She sticks to 14.48. Now we move our attention to another combination from Romania. Emma Inisierata riding Lord Hubert. This 10-year-old stallion. Championship score 14.46. Again, it's sort of into those combinations now that it didn't jump too badly. I mean, just had a fence down realistically on that second day, which is what's pushed their score. Unfortunately, adding to the score. Sadly, they're pushing the score up to 30.46 come the end for Emma there and Lord Hubert for Romania. 16 was the score for that round. Overall, we've seen 5 clears around this course so far here this morning. They're in partnership next to go. Now, the next partnership that we'll see is Isasaurus. They actually left all the fencers standing in the second individual round. Sadly, though, they picked up time penalties and they added 3 to their score. So they start today on 14.11. Fortunately, even with the time penalties as well, they added a fence there. It's a lovely horse, jumps out of a lovely rhythm. Unfortunately, they just want him to be that little bit more forward. Stop the time penalties coming into play, but finishing on a championship total there at 26.11 for Rika and Ziliana de Grande, the 9-year-old for Hungary. Now, from Hungary to Turkey. Mustafa Ali Ade. This young man with Fieldmaster. I think they're going to run up tight to the time again. They keep a nice rhythm, but it does have to come quite wide off the turns, and oh, shame he's had a fence down. Oh, just in. Half a second. He just uses all of the space available, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. It does always put you at a little bit of risk with the time, but he managed that okay, but did have one down, adds 4 to the score, and Mustafa Ali Atteh there finishes the championship with a final score of 17.96. So, I mean, obviously, we'll see what the line is at the moment. Still the best championship score, 14.48. The next to go is Emma Sprakova riding Ursula. The championship score 13.81, sitting 71st in the order today.
For Emma Sprakova, Ursula, we have to notice 2 fences down, so penalties in this round.
They add a little to the score to push them up to a total of 21.81 with the 8 penalties today, like the 8 penalties they picked up here the other day.
Next to go is for Romania. Chazil PS und Emma Alexandra Paltag, Team Romania.
Well, this is now the next in for Romania. Shanis LPS, Emma Alexandra Baltak. Added 8 to the score in that first team competition.
And she brings it clear out at home, so she keeps her scoring, and she stays after this round also on 13.58. Well done, Emma, and Chazil PS.
move our attention from one to the next. The final score for Emma obviously puts her on top at the moment with that clear. So well done to her, 13.58. Now Finland's Isabella Terman and Badin Z, 12.55 is where she starts today.
She's coming home to the finish with one defense council. We have 4 penalties in this round. And she's staying now.
So in the end, finishing today's final round for them with a score of 4 to push the total to 16.55. That was Isabel Thurban there for Finland. And Z goes into 5th place at the moment. 13.58 is the leading score, as we know from that clear of Emma's. Obviously now what's also happening because of the differences in scores, those early clears we saw from Camilla and Emma, first 2 clears of the day, now they 4 penalty scores are getting ahead of them. And that's because of the differences in totals. Now onwards from Finland to the Czech Republic. Patrik Ottarami here with Foera. Championship score 12.38, sitting in 65th place. Actually moved up the order with just that 4 penalty score in the second round, moving him up from 82nd place after the table C. Well, there you go, to wrap up on 12.38 to be the best so far at their stage. They've delivered their clear. And actually, to say most of that score all harps back to Patrick's table C score of 8.38. He's actually done 4 and clear around the 2 days. So, like I said earlier, the level of talent on display across the board, just because they might not have had it work quite their way so far in one round, and there's so much talent throughout these competitions. Now the next to go will be these two for Lithuania. It is Rita Kindaverkit riding Bigilis. cumulative total of 12.10. 64 starting out today.
On the edge is coming home with 9 penalties, 1 for the
Really a time penalty there. We haven't seen a huge number of issues with the clock, but it is a time penalty on top of the jumping penalties there for Rita and Bielis. Their championship total of 21.109 is the score today.
Now with a score of 11.68 for Portugal. Inside set, 14 years old by Jaime Mozo Stars and Matilde Rodriguez.
Well, the attention now to Portugal's Matilde Rodriguez riding in Sagi Z, the combination before us, who starting today at a score of 11.68. Just picked up the 4 extra penalties in that second round of jumping. A lovely way to finish. Well done, Matilde Rodriguez. She now tops the board as she moves clear on a score of 11.68 for her championship total so far. Starting today in 63rd place. You're starting to get, well, I always think when you get into the top 60, you're starting to edge towards those that were clear rounds, and problems for those, maybe others in the competitions to come later. The rounds to come later, maybe you might squeeze into the top 30 and get through. Wait and see. We move our attention now to a partnership for Monaco, and actually after this combination we're going to have a short break for a little bit of arena maintenance. So this is Matilde Rodriguez riding Isabella Krah. Should we try that again? This is Isabella Krah following on from Matilde Rodriguez, riding here with Godzilla Millennium. And this partnership starting the day on 11.63. Also just added 4 on in that second competition. Almost got in a little bit deep. Rode that really nicely. Needed to rely on a horse a little as well, but together they worked that out. It's coming in clear, but the time might get it. Oh no, 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 no. That is not what we needed or wanted. Coming down to the last, and unfortunately coming off at the last, sadly there for Isabella Kraft and Godzilla Millennium. She was jumping brilliantly, and then it all just turned against her at the very final fence. Well, it means Matilda Rodriguez is on top for the time being, but we've got a lot of jumping still to come with another nearly 30 individuals before we then turn into concentrating on the teams. So let's see what happens, but that's the scoreboard as it stands from an individual standpoint. We're going to take a short pause. We'll come back in about 7 minutes with the next horse in, and then on we go. I suggest for those of you listening out for the teams, we're about an hour away from the start of that as well.
Remembering the days gone by, underneath the clear blue sky. Things were all so simple, thinking always wishful. So today we raise our glass to the days gone by. Nothing lasts forever, no. By now, we went through highs and lows, not caring when I caught a cold. Strange to see it all unfold. Remembering the days gone by, underneath the clear blue sky. Things were all so simple, thinking always wishful. So today we raise our glass to the days gone by. Days gone by, underneath the clear blue sky. Things were all so simple, thinking always wishful. So today we raise our glass to the days gone by. Can't cope with how time flies. Let's slow it down, look at the bright side. Mistakes were made, but I tried to keep the child in me alive. Remembering the days gone by, underneath the clear blue sky. Things were all so simple, thinking always wishful. So today we raise our glass to the days gone by. Days gone by, underneath the clear blue sky. Things were all so simple, thinking always wishful. So today we raise our glass to the days gone by. Bye bye, bye bye.
We go again. Here we are, ready to start and move on in these individual rankings for this, the Children's European Championships of 2026, live with you from Hagen. And continuing on with the run of individual riders that are still to come. The obviously everybody that's going to jump, which is why you see a long list, is an individual. But once you get past Manon Royer in 54th place, we'll then turn to the teams. Of course, today we will be awarding the team medals. Now, with the individuals, they're stacked in reverse order of merit. So, obviously, there are riders that are well placed or placed within the teams as well. So, to consider that. But as an example, Manon Royer, who will be the last individual-only rider today, we get down to 54. She's sitting in second overall. So, clear rounds are what they need. But we've seen a good number of clears already this morning. Now, we're going to move on to Anna Pomianowska riding Limelight Van Het Merisov, the combination for Poland. Restarting things here. It's a lovely triple clear in Zidovic this year for the team. Starting here in this round on a total of 11.38 in 61st place individually. Add a total of 17 today, with jumping and time combined there for a final total of 28.38. So that was Anna, and Limelight Van Het Medishoff then for Poland. The next in will ride also for Poland. It'll be Laila Kiliaza. Riding here a cumulative total of 11.27, having just added 4 penalties in that second round. Qualified for the individual final last year in Risenbeck. Beautifully done, absolutely beautifully done. They deliver the clear to finish it off on a score of 11.27, the best so far as they jump that round. And, 4 and clear over the second 2 rounds. And had a strong team, they just didn't quite find their way through to the team final. It was unfortunate, but didn't quite work out for them on this occasion. Next in, Augustus Serpier riding for Lithuania with Kevin Costner. Score of 11.07.
We have to note 8 penalties to add on his previous round, so we stay now in total on 19.07 for Kevin Costner, Augustus Chepler. Race and Fire Velour. The next to go for Team Italy, Bruno Mavazo.
Well, with that score of 8, they finish on a total of 19.07. rounds keep coming. Bruno Marvalzo and Grayson Vardeleur delivered the clear. It's going to be interesting when we get to the teams, because the way that this course is riding and the way that these riders are delivering clear rounds makes you think we're going to get clear rounds when we get into the teams. It always becomes a bit of a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy in that when you have Nations Cup competitions where you get lots of clears, the penalty obviously then of being one of the riders that has a fence down and suddenly you have to count it as a score is that much higher than if you are in a position where you're not getting many clears and others are having fences down around you. Then obviously the clear round becomes more powerful. So it's going to be interesting, certainly, when we're there. Finish and finishing on a score of 22 after the 12 penalties there for Fanny Marignon and Henriette Verres, the partnership for France there, adding to their score over the days of jumping. Certainly adding more today than they did yesterday. The next is the Czech rider Anna Mostek, Adam, who's in 56th place individually, added 4 yesterday. Now on a score of 10.15 and about to get underway with Vuitton 4. Here they are.
All the fences will be clear, but we have to note
Two time 12.15. I mean, well done, Adam. Leaves them standing. But 2 is the score today. 12.15 means instead of going into the lead for the moment, he goes into fourth place. So for a lovely round, those nice-looking horse as well. That combination from the Czech Republic of Adam Mustek and Vuitton 4. Allegra Banks Clark is next. The clears keep coming. Well done, Allegra. 10.09 and full marks. You know, she's stayed on the score to which she scored in the table C. She was clear yesterday, or clear 2 days ago in the second round, and she's clear in the third round. So that is a brilliant championship performance. It all just harks back, unfortunately, to that score from day one. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit different, but 10.09 is where she finishes the event, and whether that's enough to get her through, I don't know. 55th is where she started today. I think she's moved up from 92nd place after the table C, so it's amazing how much a clear round can push you up the order, but whether that will continue, we will find out. Now, onwards to Grace Elizabeth Cunard, riding Racina M, who starts today on a score of 8.40. 4.4, she was sitting in 45th after the table C, and then 4 yesterday, or the day before, added another on and started today in 52nd place. Superstar Grace, well done again. Ending on a real high as the combination there for Germany delivers their clear, and that is again a really impressive, solid way to finish, and that's where this course has been so cleverly built today. It's asking questions. We've seen plenty of faults, but we're seeing plenty of clears. I think that's been really important. Great then for Germany. It's Germany who will feature as part of the team competition a little bit later on, as they are sat in 4th place as a team coming into the day. Now onwards to another for Monaco, Adriana Lado, starting on an 8.36 total after the opening 2 rounds with Londra Deloxa. clears are there. The Monaco riders delivering two of them in quick succession as well. Adriana Lado and Londra Deloxa with their best round of the event to finish strong and lead overall. 8.36 the score.
8.25 Jake Vira.
Along course now, Hungary's Karolina Kuszko. Jek Varag on a score of 8.25. To the finish and to wrap things up there with a final score of 8.25 with that clear round. Well done. The clears just keep coming. Nicely done. That was Hungary and Karolina Kuszko there with Jeverak.
Next to go, this is score 7.76 for the Czech
onwards
Karolina Stoličková
to another combination, this time for the Czech Republic, and a combination that jumped clear in the second day of jumping. Karolina Stoličková with the lovely Bonnie here, 7.76, still on the score they picked up in the table C. Over the finish line, and there you have a final score of 4 today. 11 is where they move, 11.76. Clear in the second round, but sadly in this third round they pick up a score of 4. Karolina Stoličková and Bonnie.
For Romania, with a score from 7.74, Anais Raducanu.
nice Raducanu here. Chichester. 7.74. Can they also finish with that clear round here on the final potential on the day? I mean, we're starting to get up into the top 50 now, where clear rounds could still perhaps squeeze through later into the top 30. So they're going to have to wait to find out, but certainly doing what they can. Well done, Chichester. Well done to Enes Raducanu. Clear round. So, great news for them.
With a score from 7.56, coming now for Turkey, Kensington, from Heartbreaker Imperi to Hikari, Turkey.
Well, this is the turn of Turkey's Prizegiving, riding Kensington. The Heartbreaker Stallion that jumped clear in the second competition. Currently sitting in 46th place. Oh dear, dragged that away, unfortunately.
So we have one fence down, so we have...
4 being the score, 11.56 is where they'll finish, and for the moment it drops them down 8 places. So that was Paddy and Kensington, still very happy with the way our horse has gone. Well, the next will be a partnership that ride for Hungary that start on the score of 7.51. And this is the turn now of Laura Focas and Manitou 88. Their score over the 2 rounds so far. I think so far just the 4, with that fence going down on the way in to that double.
And she's coming to the finish with 1 fence down, so we have to add on her score 4 penalties. In total, she says on 11.51. Well,
there you have the 4 more for 11.51. Hannes Ferracado is still the best of the individual scores. I do wonder now with the way these... It's just having a few fences here and there, if we're going to start to perhaps see riders making enough of a performance like Annalise there, who is leading at the moment, to have got herself into the top 30 individuals. We'll find out. Because the next combination that goes is sitting in 41st place. Lily Varga riding here with Milo Captain. Jumped a lovely double clear this year in the Netherlands. Beautifully done. Well done, Milo Captain. Well done, Lily Varga. And that is a clear over rounds 2 and 3 for the partnership from Hungary. So tops the board at the moment. 6.59 is the score to... Sorry, 6.86 is the score to lead the way. Well done, Lily.
15 years old by up to date.
A bit close over to the right hand side there, but anyway, no problems. Next to go, Finland's Annika Grus riding Gigant. This then for Finland on a score of 6.59. Originally was part of the team. Just to remind you as well, the teams that are coming back: Great Britain, the Netherlands, Switzerland, the 1, 2, 3, Germany, Sweden, Italy, Ireland, Spain, Belgium and Denmark in the top 10, 40 riders in all.
Today we have to note 12 penalties for 3 fences down. To add it on his previous round, so we stay now on 18.59. The score
with the 12 penalties, it's 18.59. So unfortunately, they're going down the order a little bit for Annika Grus and Gigant. Next to try and jump to the top will be Sasha Descanarians and Ditona from Switzerland, who start today on a score of 6.53. Sasha, who went clear in the second competition, so still on that table C score. clear so far, coming to the double. Just the final couple of fences to go. Ooh. Nice clear round, clear over the second and third round of jumping. Sticks with the table C score they started on, 6.53 there for Sasha with Daytona. They start in 38th place, so you're starting to think that a clear round there might be enough yet to push them into the top 30. Well, the next to go rides for France and starts at a score of 4.63, so we now actually are in the top 30, because obviously there's a bit of a shuffle around in terms of the riders that are going to come in the teams a little later on. So these two in 25th place currently, so clear rounds at this stage would be an absolute guarantee of being in the individual final. This is Maya Vilsamili riding Holiday BC on a score of 4.63. Nice as well. They do indeed qualify for the individual final with that round, because it's a clear round, and that is clear over the second and third rounds of jumping there for Maya and Holiday BC, so 4.63. Great news for them.
After this round. Next to go for Spain.
We move on to the partnership for Spain next in, sitting in 21st place individually. This is Arieta Quiroga riding Florian de Crepi. The Spanish combination that go next are on a cumulative total of 4.41, having also jumped clear in the second competition. Here he is. 100% sure though that they want to go that way. Maybe we'll go this way. Around 4.41, but 1 on the clock becomes 5.41, which is enough to put him through to the top 30, though, surely, I think. And but it is obviously chops him down behind Meyer in terms of the order at the moment. These penalties are important because, of course, it's trying to stay in touch with those ahead of you. From Spain, we move on to a combination now for Romania. Ina Maria Botaya riding as their top individual with Casamara Blue PS, the 10-year-old starting with this 10-year-old mare, starting on a score of 4.02. Inya, one more jump to go and into the individual final for the Romanian rider with that performance as guaranteed to stay at least where she's starting today. And Inya there starting today in the top 20 in 19th position. Now, I note that when we move on to the next one, which is Nina Sterman and Kateli Horta. Of course, this is a combination for the Netherlands that sits in 18th position that we're about to watch. And the reason I note these two is because their score and those that follow them, this is a score of 3.95. So yes, a clear round obviously guarantees their qualification to go into the individual final. But what it will also do, because the leader overall, Pedro Mensah, is on a 0 score. So of course, everybody now would be then within a fence, so would go ahead of the leader, as he currently is, if they then had a fence, if he had a fence down. So if you're really looking to try and win a medal, try to stay within a fence of the top spot is absolutely key at this stage. Perfectly delivered clear and stays within a fence of the lead and goes through to the individual final tomorrow. Well done. The round there for Nina Sterman, then for the Netherlands with Tilda Walter. Of course, the Dutch will be part of the team competition. Nina there, who has been jumping as an individual and has qualified for the individual final. Onwards to the Monegasque rider of Sofia Aurelia George in a moment, sitting in 17th place overall. one of 5 more individuals we're going to see. Then we're going to take a little break, 7 minutes. Then we're going to kick the teams off. The team final, the medals on offer today. It's going to be fascinating. It is so tight. Could go any which way. Now, this is Sophie Aurelia-Georges, Secret Love de las Hagen, sitting on a score of 3.82. Oh, hang on a moment. We've come to a stop. That's not part of the plan, and that certainly changes their outcome. Down the order, they'll move down in around about 17, 18 positions as it stands, and that's growing with the time penalties, which is a real shame for Sophie Aurelia-Georges, who had delivered a clear round in the second round. She jumped well for the first 2, but sadly today it unravels and she is out of the individual competition. Bad luck. Their championship total 30.82. To have a slightly disappointing end, unfortunately, there for the Monegasque rider. 4 more individuals. Next is going to be the Danish rider that sits in 14th place as an individual. We'll get into the 3 riders that we have as individuals that are in the top 10 individually. Certainly you'd like to think, though, the next to go is within range potentially of a medal, sitting in 14th position overall on a score of 3.34. Celia Sophie Wichmann from Denmark with Linden, a individual Danish rider. She's actually the best placed of all of the Danish riders in the individual standing, despite the fact that Denmark are in the teams, but she's their individual rider. But she adds 4. And of course, this is the moments where those that were sat just outside the top 30, those that have jumped clears, they start to believe that they can possibly get through as well. They end up on a score of 7.34 for the moment, into 7th place. We'll have to see if that still turns into being enough score to get through. So Celia Sophie Wichmann there, and Linden for Denmark. And the next to go, as I say, sits inside the top 10 as an individual, because the combination to join us in a moment, very much a live medal contender in that respect. Let's remember as well, the individuals not only want once they've qualified through from today to the individual final is over 2 separate rounds of jumping, so there's still an awful lot of fences to clear. This then is the turn of the beautiful Billy Mufasa and Teresa Kertala, the live medal contender, sitting in 9th place as an individual on a score of 2.87 for Portugal.
And she's coming home with 1 fence down, so we have to add 4 penalties. So her total score now is 6.8.
Well, the 4 again today pushes them down 6.87 into 7th place, and they'll have to again now. I would think because they're high enough up, I would think it'll be okay, but of course it does impact their chances of a medal. Billy Mufasa and Teresa Kertala there. Certainly going to drop her out of the top 10 as she started in 9th. The next starts the day in 8th for Sweden.
Next to go for Sweden, Liv Gunnarsson.
This is the turn now of Liv Gunnarsson and Guy EK. Sitting in 8th place as an individual. Still obviously on their score from the table C. They were actually in 19th place. Moved up. Now hoping to continue in that vein. And they have, well done. Staying very much in contention for the medals there. Liv Gunnarsson will lead for the moment. The individual standings and qualifies for the individual final. A score at 2.85. And as I say, starting the day in 8th place, certainly will not be any lower by the end of today. One more individual to go before we have a little break, and then it's on to the teams. Final edge is ever closer. The last of the individual-only riders, though, is the combination from France that currently sit in equal 2nd place in the silver medal position. Manon Royer. Manon here with Gaëtane Plachette. Obviously looking to maintain that medal position and put the pressure on Pedro Mansur. Still the only combination I've ever seen hit a plank turn it through 90 degrees and watch it balance on its edge, and it didn't go down. She stayed up as the last one. She ended up with the clear, but no clear no more. There is a change, and that will drop her away from the medals for the time being, unfortunately. Ooh, even bigger change. In fact, she might not even get into the individual final if this continues. She's added 8. 9.40 is a considerable drop in the order, because there'll be time penalties in a moment as well. Does look to be struggling a little bit in terms of keeping that control. Time will start now. She's certainly going to struggle to get into the individual final. What a shame that is, after sitting in second at the start of today. She is out of the individuals. Hugely disappointing there for Manon Royer and Yetene Plachette for France, but nothing more that can be done. She drops below the top 30 line, and we've still not seen all the individuals, so that changes everything for her. Right, take a breather, get yourself ready, because 10 teams are about to battle it out for 3 medals. Who is going to be on top of the podium at the end of it all? 40 riders involved, 4 per team. 3 will count. They carry in the scores from the days already. It's all coming to a head in 7 minutes' time. That's the order at the moment, though, for the individuals. Obviously, those that are still to come will figure into the individual order, but the teams and the medals will be our focus.
to live a life without you. So much more to say. I couldn't speak my mind, you left no time. All I did was pray each night I'd be okay. But I dug my way out, and I feel much better now. So much stronger than before, and I'm ready to go. Don't you dare now. Knock, knock, you're knocking on my door again. I'm done, but you can't seem to take a hint. What the fuck? Tell me, have you lost your mind? Don't you dare now. Ring, ring, you hitting up my phone again. Texting as if you and me are still a thing. Did you think I would let you waste my time? Don't you dare now. I can't forget all the sleepless nights laying in my bed, stuck on every dumb mistake I might have made. But it was all in your head. I think you should see someone about that. I'm gonna stop blaming myself when it's your mess. But I dug my way out, and I feel much better now. So much stronger than before, and I'm ready to go. Don't you dare now. Knock, knock, you're knocking on my door again. I'm done, but you can't seem to take a hint. What the fuck? Tell me, have you lost your mind? Don't you dare now. Ring, ring, you hitting up my phone again. Texting as if you and me are still a thing. Did you think I would let you waste my time? Don't you dare now. Knock, knock, you're knocking on my door again. I'm done, but you can't seem to take a hint. What the fuck? Tell me, have you lost your mind? Don't you dare now. Ring, ring, you hitting up my phone again. Texting as if you and me are still a thing. Did you think I would let you waste my time? Don't you dare now. I will let you waste my time. Don't you dare now. I will let you waste my time. Don't you dare now. It's late and I'm awake, staring at the wall. Open up my window, head folds out the door. No one else around, the shimmer takes my eye. I left my head blinded by the sky.
We are now about to start the team final for the 2026 FEI European Championships for Children. Good luck to the 10 teams that have qualified so far, with 2 rounds of jumping behind each of them. Their individual scores, of course, have a bearing on their own performances and qualification abilities for the final tomorrow, but today they need to concentrate for the teams. They carry their scores in from those opening days. Denmark 18.41, Belgium 15.05, Spain 14.60, Ireland 13.3, Italy 13.28, Sweden 11.2, Germany 10.47, Switzerland currently in the bronze 8.45, the Netherlands currently in the silver 7.10, and Great Britain currently in the gold 5.61. So those are the scores they start with. They will add to those the best 3 combined scores out of their 4 riders here today. So again, they have a discard. In the event that there was a tie for a medal position it would create an additional jump off. Let's see what happens. There's 4 already for the first up then for Denmark. Victor Lertesapel here with Gracias de la Sens. Going down as well. Of course, we've seen a good number of clears around this course over the earlier part of today with the riders that have come in. But we've also seen people have poles down, but it is a very jumpable track, and I think we'll see a good number of clears here this afternoon, or this morning even. Time allowed to remind you sits at 86 seconds. He's in on that, so that's fine. But the poles do go down, and the score does add an 8 to his individual total, but more importantly, it gives the Danish team an 8 penalty discard to hang with at the moment. I concentrate predominantly on the team scores. Obviously, I'll keep you apprised of anything relevant with the individual orders as we go through. Focus very much the team competition. Until we get into the second rotation of riders, obviously nothing's going to change in terms of the order of teams, because they could yet obviously all still deliver clear rounds and stay where they are. But teams that do get clears from their first rider are always going to have a helping hand if that is the way it starts. Now to Margot de Bush. This is Belgium. Team that, of course, took a gold in 2021. Last on the podium in 2024 when they had silver in the children's teams. Rides here with Arnia. Her second year in the children's final. Nice confident round here. Very confident round. Just the clip my horse fence to clear, and there you have the first clear of the team competition's final round, and it goes to Belgium's opening combination. Big improvement on her previous as well, because of course she was the discard the other day with that 12 penalty score. So Belgium and Hendrik Unit's team starting strong this time with Margot de Bush and Vermeer. So great news for them. Meanwhile, in a moment we'll move on to Spain. The team sitting in 8th position. Spanish team who took the children's gold back in 2016 and last stood on the podium in 2024 when they took the team bronze. Now this is Lucas Hernandez Gonzalez with Haley, who gave them a clear round in that first round of jumping, or sorry, that first team round of jumping here 2 days ago. lost our timing graphic for a moment, but we're still keeping the score graphic, and that's the key one. Clear round here also would guarantee Lucas qualification for the individual final, but it would more importantly start things off strong for Spain. Indeed it does. Start things off in perfect fashion. His double clear over the two team rounds has secured his score of 5.29, but good news. I said earlier I thought we were going to see a good number of clears in the teams, but it's an onus then on the riders to jump clear, because then if you start having fences down, it's going to have a bigger impact in a much quicker way on your team score and position. In a moment we look to the Irish. Had a lot of success, as we know, the Irish in the juniors and the young riders in the Europeans in recent years, with many a gold, but their last team medal in the children's was 2018, I believe, when they took the silver medal. Charlotte Foley, who starts things off with a Chilbird Excel. This 9-year-old jumped round for a score of 4 in that first team competition. But the Irish actually delivered 3 clears to follow, which meant the score of 13.30 that the team were on is the same score that they finished the table C with. And 8.94 is indeed where they finish, and that great news for them both. Well done to Charlotte Foley there. Gets to stay on that total and starts things for the Irish with a clear. Ireland, who are just 0.02 of a penalty behind Italy.
First vote for Italy. All the teams start in reverse order after the table C on Wednesday, and
the Italians will be up next. Slip down the order with the addition of the 8 penalties that they accumulated at first 14 day to the table C, where they now found themselves in 6th place on a score of 13.28. Sitting in 6th, this is Lorenzo. He was the one clear for the Italians. Individually as well, we should point out that he sits actually in individual 6th position. His score of 2.68 individually at this stage would put him on top of the individual board if he was to go clear. Italy will want this to be a clear to start things, as well as they did in the previous round of jumping. The team on this score of 13.28. Unfortunately, picking up a score of 4 early on will again have a real shuffle around the top of the orders. I know we haven't seen the individual leader yet, they're part of the Dutch team, but Seen quite a bit of shuffling around with riders that were in the top 10 individually. Obviously, Italy now going to be relying more on the 3 riders yet to come to try and find those clear rounds. Finishes on the 4 as the first up then for Team Italy. Lorenzo Sparini, 79.11 is tied safe with the clock. He goes 8th at the moment. Probably still be enough to get him into the top 30, but whether that now has pushed him too far away from the medals, only the weekend will tell. Italians starting with a 4 penalty score, which is discarded, so we've jumped 4 of the team riders, sorry, 5 of the team riders, and 3 of which have gone clear. On to Sweden, Ludwig Linell. Jump round for 4 in that second day of jumping. Nila van der Bishop. Now again the pathfinder for Sweden's team. Finishing where they start, so well done there to Ludwig Linell. He's gone and jumped a clear round for Team Sweden. Sophia Bennetberg, the chef de keep, will be smiling, I do not doubt, with that round, because it starts them off with a very strong performance from the team that start the day in 5th place, and it's a little bit of pressure. The riders maybe still to come. Onwards to the home team, Louisa Charlotte Brox. The team then for Germany, the defending European champions, sitting in 4th place, just 1 away from the podium. They've got an amazing record with gold medals in the children's category, in the teams, with Team Gold in 2022. Well, go back further actually, 2015, 2018, 2022, 2023 and 2025. Adding a couple of silver medals in 2016 and 2019. They are always there or thereabouts. Louisa Charlotte Brox here with Gordiana 4. The gold medal winning performance with this horse last year. Germany watching on in the background from their 10 and watching a clear round. So Germany making sure they are putting the pressure on the riders to come in those podium situated teams. Pats all round. Gordiana 4 and Louisa Charlotte Brox there is clear. Well done to them. Their score individually. Well, we now move in to the team that currently sit in the bronze medal position, that produced three riders out of 4 going clear in that second round of jumping. Here with Lina Stirnagappa, who is another that actually sits inside the top 10 individually before today started in 10th place on a score of 2.89. This is Vastashi de la Roque. The clears continue, and that's great news with the shake-up that's going on in the individual ranks from her point of view. Currently sitting in 3rd now. But for the team that started the day in 3rd, in the bronze medal position, they have a clear from rider number 1. This is going to be a really tense hour or so, isn't it? Watching rider after rider. We've got now to turn our attention to the Dutch team. Next up is a team that sit in silver at the start of this team finals day. It is the Netherlands, Wim Bos, who was one of the clears. Well, the Dutch actually were all clear. All 4 riders jumped clear in that second round of jumping. Wim, though, is the second best placed of the Dutch individuals on a score of 3.15. Started out 12th today. He knows how to jump clears. He's done it on several occasions throughout this season already for the team on the Youth European Nations Cup circuit. Here we're Copacabana 4. Last year he was part of the silver medal winning team for the Netherlands, that with Zachary. The Netherlands last won children's gold in 2019. Well done to the Netherlands, pushing once again for the medals. Smiles and celebrations. Well done as the thumbs up. Wim Bos, congratulations with Copacabana M, clear round. And obviously certainly through to the individual final. We'll move on now to the final team in this opening rotation of riders, the first rider from each team. And of course that means we turn now to the British team that lead in the gold medal position after the 2 rounds of jumping so far. The team that won gold 2 years ago in the Netherlands, as they did in 2017. It is Great Britain's Charlie Barker, who himself is in the top 6 at the start of today as an individual, on that individual score of 2.68. And as I said, with the shake-up that's gone on in the individual rankings, could certainly have a part to play there as well. Gentle little tap coming into the double, now coming round to the final line. Charlie Barker trying to get things started, knowing the pressure that those that are chasing them have already gone clear, but he doesn't seem to feel the pressure, does Charlie? He has jumped clear on all occasions, and that is a tremendous result for him. 2.68. Brilliant news for him. I think for the moment it puts him into second place as an individual as well. A bit of an error in the individual computer system at the moment. It's not completely correct in what it's telling us on the screen. But I can tell you that with one rider now gone from each of the 10 teams, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, Sweden, Ireland, Spain, Belgium, all got a clear from their opening rider, and that will be helpful. On we go. Now to the second rider for each team. Back to Denmark we turn, and to their number 2. Rebecca Steder-Duell riding in Cortina. Their first rider, to remind you, scored 8, so that is held as a discard. She jumped for 4 penalties in that second competition. She's 2 fences away from being clear in this third and all-important round, knowing they've already got a discard and how important a clear round would be. She jumps the clear perfectly, and that is superb news for the Danes, as they don't want to fall any further back from those that are in front of them. Well done to Rebecca and Imkatina. So she wraps up on 12.79 individually.
Second one to go from Belgium, 7.26 for her individually, with Floriona, 16 years of age, coach bred by Harley Vidal and Louise de Klerk.
Well, the next up is this partnership for Belgium. The rider is Louise de Klerk. This is Floriona. Sitting on an individual total of 7.26. She jumped around for 4 penalties in the second class, yes, or the second round of teams. Now in this third round, knowing they've already got 1 clear on the board, they're looking to try and keep that little run going. These two already had that double clear for Belgium back in April in France. Belgium have got 1 clear. Now they only need 1 more, because that is number 2, Louise de Klerk and Floriona, delivering for Team Belgium, and meaning that means they need 1 more. And of course, both Nathan and Kate that are yet to come are the 2 riders that delivered the clears in the previous round of jumping. So Belgium in a great place to at least stay where they are. I know they'd like to move up, but the problem is if the other teams keep going clear, then that will not happen in that way.
Team score of 14.6, Luana Munshoa.
Great news for Belgium. And well done to her as an individual as well. Now onwards to Spain, who also got a clear from their first rider, Lucas Hernandez Gonzalez. The turn now of a combination of Liana Barua Arzbergal, riding here with Amaretto de Serion. Jumped a brilliant round to be very highly placed after the table C. I think they were in third at that stage. See, they then had a fence down in the second round of jumping. A clear now, though, would still put them through to the individual final. Spain as well, looking to follow Belgium. And a clear round here, meaning they then only need one clear from their final two to stay on this score of 14.6. Perfect. They were right up there after the table C. It's just that one fence from the second round that's meaning that, well, as much as they're going through to the individual final, they're going to carry a total of 4.57. But from Spain's perspective, that is absolutely what they wanted to see. They have to keep. Ricardo Llorado will be delighted to know that two have safely gone clear. And showing an improvement there for Luna over the first 14 round, which took place here on Wednesday. Children jumped Tuesday, Wednesday, now their final here today. This is Ireland's turn. Next up, Ellie Sheen riding Moonbeg Hendricks. Ireland also started strong with the clear from Charlotte Foley, who was the only rider to falter in that second round of jumping. Ellie was clear, still sits on a table C score as an individual here with Moonbeg Hendricks. Ireland in 7th position overall. All okay so far. Still sitting on that table C score of 4.85 with 2 fences left to go. Ireland looking to follow Spain, follow Belgium and deliver a second clear from their second rider, and that is indeed what Ellie has done. She is clear both days. She has a place in the individual final as well with Moonbeg Hendricks. Congratulations to Ireland. Well, I said we'd get a few clears, getting them in spades.
That's the score for the next lady rider with this 14-year-old beautiful honeymoon, Margherita Di Franco, Italy.
Lovely little pat. Right, onwards to the Italian team. Now, Italy need to be a little bit careful because Lorenzo got a score of 4. Now it's so that's their discard score. Now it's the turn of Margherita Di Franco with Honeymoon, who also jumped for 4 in the previous round of jumping. Italy wanting to stay in the mix in 6th. Wow, it's gone, and that shuffles the pack for the first time in this team final. 13.26. The Italians have got to count that 4. It'll push them now to 17.28. It'll drop them behind Ireland, Spain, and Belgium. And they now go down into 9th position from 6th. So that is the first movement in the order. Big change. Italy down into 9th, Belgium up into 8th, Spain into 7th, Ireland into 6th. Again, it's as simple as that. As I said earlier on today, when you end up in these sorts of competitions where you're getting an awful lot of clears, suddenly one fence can make a big difference in terms of not just the fact you drop a place, you drop 2 or 3 places. Onwards to Sweden. They've had a clear from their first rider, now looking for another one with Nelly Venehorn. Also with the ability here to jump right up the order into the top spot, I think individually as well, because currently the best score is a 2.68 from Charlie Barker. So these two who started the day 5th individually could yet be a good bit higher as well. This is Canef de Petit Verviers. Oh, it's gone. The impact is not yet felt by Team Sweden because they've had a clear already, but it's certainly going to be felt by Nelly in terms of her individual standings. And again, the way the pack has shuffled up in the top 10 of the individuals is going to look very different. It might not look different at the top because the lead hasn't jumped yet, but below that, so many of them have ended up having faults today. So they go on to a score of 10.59. It means that suddenly Sweden have a discard score to consider. Nelly Venehorn there and Canef de Petit Verviers. Individuals are still led by Charlie Barker and Special Summer of the completed scores, but there are still riders that are due to come that could yet outscore that if they go clear. One of which is his teammate. Onwards to Team Germany. They started with the lovely clear from Louisa Charlebrox, and that set them on their way. Now it's the turn of Joas Spree, riding Stallinda. Germany hoping still yet to get up into the medals if they can. This combination starting out of an individual score of 6.43. Having picked up a 4 penalty score in that second round of jumping. Perfectly ridden and judged to deliver the second clear for the German team as they make sure that they are definitely putting pressure if any mistakes start to happen from the 3 teams that sit currently within the podium positions. Germany achieving the second clear from their second rider, as we saw with Ireland, as we saw with Spain and Belgium. So great news for them. Very much staying on that score at 10.47. The next to go will be the Swiss team, who have also, I mean, all these three teams that are yet to come all have had a clear from their first rider, but can they get a clear as well from their second rider? This is Alicia Amsler, Lady Dallas for Switzerland. Individual mark had a 13th after yesterday on 3.28. With a clear round, certainly get a little bit of a springboard up that order individually as well. To the final line. It's been good. The time allowed hasn't been an issue today, which I think has been important. And that was an important performance for the Swiss. So, like others now, just needing one more clear from their final two riders to lock in a medal. And I mean, that's the bizarre position now that we're in when you end up in a situation like this, where you've, you know, after three riders, suddenly Switzerland would be guaranteed a medal if they get a clear from their next rider, because they'll have locked in their score. Riding, the performance has so far been quite outstanding, but is it going to keep going that way? Now, from the Swiss to the Dutch, the Netherlands sitting in the silver medal position, hoping they can also deliver a second clear round, with Mila Martens as the next to go, riding Dublin Van Overijs. As we know, all four Dutch riders delivered clears in the second round of jumping after the Table C. Put them on a score of 7.10. They're still sat there at the moment, and they've had their clear from Wim Vos already today. Coming round towards the final line, hoping as well to follow in the hoofprints of the Swiss and get themselves a second clear round and give themselves a very big stride towards a medal here. Well done to the Netherlands. They also get their second clear. Mila Martens clear and clear over the 2 days of team jumping after the score from the Table C carries all the way through. It might even carry them into the individual final. It certainly has for the minute, but it's not quite confirmed yet, although I suspect it probably will be enough. There is now one more to go, and then we will jump two from each of the teams. We will also then take a little pause in proceedings. Getting tense now. So, Great Britain have their clear from Charlie Barker. Now it's the turn of Alexander Legip. Alex and Blossom's Billy Hines. He picked up a score of 4, ended up as the discard, which was a shame from an individual standpoint because he was the best performer in the Table C for the Brits. but in the end they didn't affect the team score after that first team round. Now the importance, the most important of rounds for him of this week. Looking rather full of themselves here, Blossom's Billy Heinz. Well, he managed to take the flag down, but he left the pole up. We'll take that for the moment, won't we? Careful as you go. Of course, if he delivers the clear, Britain then need one clear from their final two riders to guarantee gold. But he needs to jump this, and that is exactly what he's done. Alex Leggett has indeed delivered when he needed to. A brilliant round on Blossom's Billy Heinz. He somehow took a flag off, but he left every pole standing. I'm sure there's plenty of nervous supporters from every team, from every nation watching on. But this is a day where clear rounds have put us in a rather unique position. This is what the fourth Europeans I've done now, and I've never known it where you come into the team final day and of all of the, what have we got, the top 4 teams, all of them have got 2 clears from their first 2 riders. So obviously if they get 1 clear from either of the next 2, they immediately lock into their position, which means we could find out who's going to be winning medals very, very quickly once we get into this third rotation of riders. Obviously, a lot could still happen and things could still change. This is horses. It quite often does. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a little breather. About 5 minutes or so, we come back with the defining rounds and the medal winning rounds of this Children's Team Championship.
I've been trying to find the words. I'm sitting on Dogwood, just past your apartment. Water rise and fall when you call and we fight. Then I drive through the night to your door, 'cause I can't let it go at all. It could have been so good, it could have been though. I was hoping for a kind of love I ain't seen before. I was hoping for a kind of love I've been fighting for. I was hoping for an endless love. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love. Just moving on, I'm gonna let 'em. Moving on, I'm gonna try this time. Moving on, I'm gonna let 'em. Moving on, no, I've been trying. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love. We could have been lovers, held on to each other, be the ones that would make it through. Was dreaming out further, like you meeting my while he stands at the door and you talk in the way that you do when you know what you want. There's a glint in your eye and mine. We could have been so good, it could have been though. I was hoping for the kind of love I ain't seen before. I was hoping for the kind of love I've been fighting for. I was hoping for an endless love. I was hoping for an endless love. And I wanna tell you all about it. But you've gone back too far away. Yeah, I've seen the show before and I was hoping for it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for that endless love. I was hoping for the kind of love I ain't seen before. I was hoping for the kind of love I've been fighting for. I was hoping for an endless love. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love. There's moving on, I'm gonna let 'em, moving on, I'm gonna try this time. Moving on, I'm gonna let 'em, moving on, you know I've been trying. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love.
Said you hated the ocean, but you're surfing now. I said I love you for life, but I just sold our house. We were kids at the start, I guess we're grown-ups now. Couldn't ever imagine even having doubts, but not everything works out. No, now I'm out dancing with strangers. You could be casually dating. Damn, it's all changing so fast. I see la vida, see. Yeah, that's just life, baby. Yeah, love came around and it knocked me down, but I'm back on my feet. I see la vida, see. Yeah, that's just life, baby. I was barely standing, but now I'm dancing. He's all over me. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
It's been a hell of a year, thank God we made it out. Yeah, we were riding away and trying not to drown. And on the surface I held it together, but underneath I sort of came unwound. Where would I be? You're all that I need, my world, baby, you hold me down. You always hold me down. Now, I've been the breaker and broken. Every mistake turns to moments. Wouldn't take anything back.
I see la vida, see. Yeah, that's just life, baby. Yeah, love came around and it knocked me down.
20 riders left to jump, at the end of which we will know who has been crowned the FEI Jumping European Teams Champions for the children. 2 more riders to go from each of the teams, but we're in the rather unusual, in my viewpoint, situation where all 3 medals could be decided by the end of the 3rd rotation, which I will have never seen before. But I've seen too many of these competitions and too many classes to think that anything ever quite is that simple. Let's watch, let's enjoy. There's such great young talent on display, but the pressure is really mounting as we start again with the Danes sitting in 10th. And now Christian Harukios and Amani KN. The Danish team with an 8 as a discard and a clear so far. hoping not to have to add to their score of 18.41. Bit wobbly side to side, but still okay. Doing really well. Until I say that, and then they have a pull down and it'll count in terms of the score as well. Danish team moved to 22.41 as a team total. They obviously add 4 from an individual standpoint from jumping, but they also pick up a couple of time penalties there. So 6 is the score, and it's 6 that count towards the Danish total. 24.41 is now the total.
So it's 6 20 point stats, 2 for time. Now we go on with Belgium. Team score for Belgium is 50.05, already having 2 clears. This is Coupe de Curve PG TZ Nathan van Dijk.
Well, this is the turn now of the team for Belgium. Nathan van Dijk, Coupe de Curve DGTZ. Number 3, who was clear in that second round of jumping. Coming home, and unfortunately picking up a score of 4 from an individual standpoint does have an impact, because it might well drop him out of the top 30, but from Belgium's perspective it means that they haven't quite locked in that 15.05 that currently sees them residing in 8th place. They will have to rely on the score from Kate. They now know they won't finish any lower than 9th, but sorry, yeah, no lower than 9th, but it's climbing the order much harder. Now on to Spain. They also, with 2 clears on the board so far, sitting ahead of Belgium in 7th place, have Jaime Suarez of Vienna and Tapas de los Hagen. Horse, the 7-year-old, who's the youngest horse in this final. Goes down, and again, similar position for Spain. Obviously, with the 2 clears, it just means that they'll discard this score and have to see what happens with their last rider. But where the clears have been coming through freely, is this a sign of things changing? Again, from Jaime's point of view, again, it's going to have quite an impact on his individual position, although he started the day in 31st place. He actually goes into the 30th place for the moment, but obviously there's horses and riders still to jump. So again, he'll be at risk on that score at 9.99 of not qualifying for the individual final, unfortunately.
Islands on course.
On we go to the Irish. Can they be the first team then to lock in their championship score in the teams? Sitting in 6th at the moment on a team score of 13.30. Their number 3 in the order is Benjamin O'Connor. Fox Chapelle for Ireland. Delivered a clear in that second round, that first team round with this ride. So far, so good for the young man. Oh, and again. Oh, again, it's a discarded score, but it stops the score locking down. They will need their 4th rider to confirm a score. It does just put a little bit of jeopardy into these placings going forward in the top 10. It could yet be a bit of a shuffle, but it's over the final fence, in on the clock just. 10.96 individually, obviously, was out of the reckoning, but obviously it stays at 13.30. The advantage of having the 2 clears. We'll see what happens. Ireland will need to rely on Lucia Keane, who will be the last in to secure that top 6 finish. Although by that point they might be looking to secure a position that is 1 higher. We will see. We'll see when we get to Sweden. But in a moment we're going to look at Italy. Now Italy, who have already been the one team that have moved from where they started, because they've dropped down into 9th position with accounting for penalty score and still holding a 4 discarded. This though is the turn of Lisa Guadiano, who put together that cracking performance in the table C to finish in 2nd, but then picked up 4, which saw her move down the order a little into 23rd place individually. Obviously hoping now to bounce back with a clear here with Dietosia PS to try and make sure that Italy stay where they are. But of course, from her perspective, it would also ensure she has an individual final place as well. Jumping with a lot of ability now, just giving themselves enough space as they come back round towards the piquier fence. And that she has indeed. Brilliant. That's the clear the Italians needed to stabilise the score at 17.28, but also make sure that Lisa Guadiano has a position within the individual final tomorrow. So So well done to the Italians, still with Aris Pisani to come. Now, though, is a key round heading our way from Sweden, because Sweden, I'm going to remind you, picked up a discard score with their second rider, although they got a clear from their first. It means that they are at risk, if another fence goes, of moving down the order. So, over to Olivia Pearson now with Punters Lovely. They did have a fence down in that opening team round. Now hoping to bounce back with a clear round here for Team Sweden to keep them in the top 5 as it stands. If they were to have a fence down, it would drop them from 5th to 8th. Indeed, that's exactly what's happened, and Sweden will drop down. Ireland will move up into 5th, Spain into 6th, Belgium into 7th. And despite, again, all those clear rounds early on, we still find that the pressure is really starting to ramp up on these jockeys, these teams. And whether they're the one in the arena or they're watching on, it is getting awfully tense now. And it's about to get a whole lot more tense in just a second, because we're going into the top 4 teams, third rider. Now, that come the end of the round for Sweden, as I say, drops them into 8th place. It's a 4 penalty score that counts, moves them on to 15.20, and they still hold an 8 penalty discard. So, Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands and Great Britain, 4, 3, 2, 1 in the order. A clear round will lock the position down. If not, they'll have to wait and rely on their final rider to do that. First of all, the hosts. They need a clear, and then ultimately they need the teams above them to falter. They've looked perfect so far, though. Emilia Ossing, the third rider out for Team Germany, with Kaptein trying to guarantee them 4th place. The defending champions doing all they can to try and find their way back onto a podium here at home. Quite a few of them get very over to the right jumping that, because they know they're going to turn right. Can they deliver the clear, guarantee the score, and then they'll have to wait and see what happens next. They have indeed guaranteed 4th place. They've locked it in. They're the first team to deliver the score. Confirmed at 10.47. Germany, well done. Mia Osling, Miller and Kaptein. It'll take a bit of the pressure in terms of the team result of Justice Thompson, their last to go, but Justice will be jumping for the individual lead at that stage, potentially. So we'll see what happens when we get there. It's going to be a big round for the final rider for Germany, but brilliantly done. Now, Germany know they can do no more in terms of trying to win a medal today. They have to now rely on problems for the top 3 teams. This round is to guarantee bronze or better for Switzerland in the team competition for the children's. Samlieli Diapesi. A clear round guarantees the Swiss a medal. but a 4 penalty score does not. It does not rule them out of a medal, but it means they will need a performance and a clear. And the door suddenly just creaks open for Germany, maybe to think that there is still a chance that they'll end on the podium today. All these top 3 teams in this unique position that they have got to this stage with the 2 clears so far, which means they have 2 chances to jump for the medal. To which the Swiss will be grateful, because especially even more grateful now they've had 2 down here. Great effort, but unfortunately 2 fencers do fall for Celieli. They stay in the bronze medal position for the moment, but they are now reliant on Johanna Bettel delivering a clear round to guarantee them that medal here this afternoon. Wow, this is never going to be as easy as that, was it? Now, to the Netherlands, same rules apply. Messina de Tjunda, just a moment van Tierenhus. A clear round would guarantee the Dutch team the silver medal, to which, of course, they would be delighted, and won last year. But it would guarantee them either silver or potentially gold, depending what happens with the British team. But again, they need a clear to guarantee the medal. Are they going to be the first team to do that? These 2 faultless in the first team round 2 days ago. Gentle rub of a pole, you can just feel the tension in the team, in the supporters around this arena. The Netherlands knowing that they're edging ever closer. Can they guarantee a medal at this stage? No! They will have to wait and see, and again the door is a little bit further opened for Team Germany. They will rely on their individual leader, Peter Mansur, who of course is in the goal individual, and is going to need to deliver a clear not only for himself but for his team, for the Netherlands. Unbelievable. They need their second rider, or their 4th rider as it is. The medal's still unsecured at this stage.
That's strong, and now the 3rd competitor for the British team of
wow. So it's not been working out for the 3rd rider in a team, but there is one other 3rd rider in a team still to go, and obviously it's very simple to say a clear round wins gold. They have still 2 chances. The first sits with this young lady. It is Mia Breen and crack 41, Great Britain. Ooh. plank they go down into this line. The double. Final line. She needs to jump these final two fences to secure the gold medal for Great Britain as a team here at these European Championships. Somehow gets over that one, but we're coming to the last. And is it to be? Mia Breen has just won gold for Great Britain. The team of Charlie Barker, Alex Leggett, Mia Breen, Tabby Morgan-Evans and Ellie Horan, between that team of 5, have just secured gold for the British team. The European champions in the FEI, Youth Europeans, the team champions, and they've done it in 3. They've still got Tabby, who will obviously jump, but it is gold for the Brits. But the other medals are not secured.
Last rider rotation, starting again with Denmark, and for her individually 3.7 penalties is really, really good. Curve de Dor, 9 years of age, and Augusta Vibi.
Well, let's go back to where we begin. Back to the Danes. The medals are not secure. There is still a silver and a bronze that have not been decided. But now to Danish rider number 4. This is Augusta Ruby to finish things off as the anchor rider with Curve de Dor. And that clear round locks in their score. Quite brilliant way to wrap things up. Congratulations to Augusta Ruby there. It is a wonderful clear round to finish things off and guarantees them a place in the individual final as well, I think. On that score, it should do 3.70, it certainly does. In fact, it puts her up in WC, going into the top 10 in 7th place. Still the best individual score. I should mention at this point, Charlie Barker, Special Summer, 2.68. There are, though, a couple of, I think, 2 or 3 riders still to come. There are 3 riders still to come that could better that score with clear rounds. Now, onwards we go, because it is to the next forward, Belgium's final rider. The anchor rider for Belgium is Kate Stappert, riding EXO Zimmerquest. Clear round would again put them through to the individual final. And Belgium looking to secure 7th position at this stage. Oh dear. And of course, as a score, it counts. They'll move to 19.05. It moves them below, drops them into 9th position. Obviously, there are still riders to come from Sweden and Italy that could yet move them back up the order. But for the moment, they'll be reliant on that. 4 it is as a final score, and unfortunately also now unable to qualify for the individual final. Bad luck there to Kate and to Team Belgium.
Belgium team, that is 19.05 penalty points now. That's team score in total. Now the Spanish squad with their last rider. They have moved up the leaderboards now in 6th position at the moment. 14.6 penalties is at stake here.
So next to go after Belgium means we move our attention to Spain and the team trying to secure 6th place, but also have a discard of 4 at the moment. This is Javier Catalan Conde, Coco Star de Guy. A tough day in that opening team competition. As the discard score will be, fingers crossed today, is an easier one for them. Anchoring in this class for Spain. Actually made the decision late on to change horses because he was originally coming with Baraka Ludo. Of course, don't forget, we still have another medal competition to come later, because the young riders' team medals will be decided here this afternoon. From Spain's perspective this morning, though, they do indeed finish on a score that 19.04. It ensures that Spain will finish in the top 6 teams here today, because that is a clear round, and it means they finish on a score of 14.60. Well done, Javier. Delivering for the Spanish team when needed.
Next to go is Ireland. The 2 players so far, 30.3 penalty points and 3.51.
Well, the next to go is the Irish team, unable though to the medals. We don't know which teams are going to win medals. None of them are the German, Swiss and Dutch teams, which are sitting obviously in 4th, 3rd and 2nd. 2 of those 3 teams will win medals, but 1 won't. The Irish team, who are in 5th, the way the maths stand, I think there is actually a set of circumstances with the Swiss, so there is a clear round basically is what we need here, and then we'll see what happens. Lucia Keane and Elia take a big swing the way of the Irish, but maybe it's their lucky day. Anchoring things in. And of course, as an individual, she's on a good strong score of 3.51, which would push her up into the top 10, considering she started the day down in 15th place. So she would also then be the best individual placing still from the Irish riders. Yeah, I'm just trying to work it backwards, but I don't see how Ireland actually get up into the medals, because Germany and the Netherlands scores are already in the right place, but that is the right way to finish. And that is great news for the Irish individual challenge to continue for Lucia Keane there, as she goes clear and sticks to that score of 3.51, which will put her into 7th place individually. And Ireland now confirmed in 5th place, 13.30. Although it's possible for the Irish to potentially finish behind to Switzerland if they had to count the 8 penalty score that they're holding on to. There isn't a way of the Irish team getting ahead of Germany or the Netherlands, so it still remains the case that 2 of those 3 teams will win medals, but we don't know which way round it will end up. Now to the Italians. The Italian team not had the easiest of days. They're now down into 8th position, having started the day in 6th place. And their final rider is Pisani, riding here with Cornui, and wrapping things up for the Italian team. I'll also mention at this stage, when we get to Germany, the Netherlands and Great Britain, yes, their team medals and circumstances all have their considerations, bar Great Britain, but all of their final riders for Germany, the Netherlands and Great Britain, their final riders will all impact the top 3 individual placings going into those team finals tomorrow. So those individual finals tomorrow. Really nice. In the end, they wrap up with their score at 15:03, as it was when it started the day. They jumped the clear. Italy finish on a team total of 17.28 in 8th position currently. There's still the need for Sweden to jump in a moment to find out whether it is possible for them to get back into 7th. We will find out. Yeah, 3 of those final 4 riders, when we get there, are the current sort of top 3 riders that are yet to jump. So, from the individual standpoint. Here we go with Sweden's last, though. Sweden, who are currently sitting in 7th position, but have this 8 penalty discard they're hoping they can continue to avoid using. Adam Hamström, nickel indoor, anchor rider for Team Sweden. Oh, it's gone. The team score goes to 19.20. It'll drop them down into 9th position as a team. Bad luck, Sweden. Bad luck to their final rider there, Adam Hamström. They finish in 9th. It does, though, allow Belgium up to conclude in 8th. Italy in 7th. Spain, we know, in 6th. And we know that the Irish have finished in 5th. Now comes the key rounds. So we're going to move to the team that sit in 4th, who can't improve their score. They can't finish any lower than 4th in Germany. All that can happen is they move up. But the round that we're about to see is key, because Justus Thompson and Clooney currently sit in the silver medal position individually before today started. Pedro Mansur will come in a moment for the Dutch, who could better his performance, obviously. But it would keep him in the medal hunt, in the individual standings for this young German star. And of those that would have finished, he would have been the best so far. Oh, and it's gone, and with it, his position will adjust. He means that Charlie Barker's going to be in the top 3 going into the finals, because he's still leading, and there's only 2 riders that can better his score today. Last, it's a big change in terms of the score. In fact, he's out of the individual final. Wow. He's gone from the silver medal position. The 2 riders that were tied in the silver coming into today after 2 rounds, both out before the individual final even begins. Wow, now on we go, because the next is simple in one respect. It is clear round that is needed for the Swiss. Joanna Böttnell is not in consideration for a medal as things stand, and 6.28 for her still get her in, but it's all down to this. This is simple. She jumps a clear, the Swiss are guaranteed a medal. If she has a pole, Germany win a medal. We just don't know which colour it would be, whether it be silver or bronze will come down to what happens with the Dutch. Because the Netherlands only have a 4 penalty discard, if the Swiss team were to add 4 to their score, it would obviously let Germany in front of them, but it would mean the Swiss wouldn't win a medal, and that's what's just happened. The medal chance has gone for the Swiss. Because even if the Netherlands have a fence down, they'll still stay ahead of them. It means Germany have just moved up into a medal position. It's not confirmed whether it'll be silver or bronze, because that will come down to what the Dutch do. But Germany's run of clears at the beginning there have guaranteed them at least a bronze. Bad luck to Switzerland. Really bad luck as the last goes as well. A disappointing end with their anchor rider, Joanna Böttnell, ending up with 8 on the day. And of course, in doing that, it meant that the medal chance went away. In the end, the Swiss are going to add to the score, and it will drop them down the order quite considerably. They will end up finishing in 6th place. It means that the Irish will move up and finish in 4th here today. Germany guaranteed a bronze medal, but could yet still end up with a silver medal if something changes with the next rider. But of course, not only is Pedro Mansur, who's about to join us, jumping to secure silver for the team for the 2nd year in a row, he's also looking to secure the lead going into the individual final with Hotmail des Verreits. Last year he was part of that silver medal winning team. He's definitely got a medal coming his way this year, with the Dutch team know that for sure. But can he keep himself in front in the individual standings? all looks so smooth for him at the moment. Two fences away from a silver medal for the Dutch team. It'll confirm Germany as the bronze medalists, and it confirms Pedro Mansur will go into the individual final still on that 0 score, still in the gold medal position. And that, congratulations to Wim Bos, Mille Martens, Messina Jutinda, Pedro Mansur and Nina Stjerm, who have secured the Netherlands the silver medal in the teams. Congratulations to the Netherlands, and well done to Germany. Louisa Charlotte Brox, Giles Spreyer, Mila Rossing, Justus Thompson and Grace Isabel Kuna, the lineup for Germany that have taken bronze. And I think Germany will be pretty happy with the way they've come through today. We know that the European team champions are Great Britain, but there is still one rider left to go. And it is an absolutely key round for the individual standings, because Pedro knows that he's leading, but it's a case of which British rider will be second and in the silver medal position. The last to go in this competition is Tabby Morgan-Evans. With Kotoki, the pressure of the teams may not be upon her, but the pressure of an individual silver medal position, second place obviously, going into the individual final tomorrow, is in front of her if she goes clear. Of course, she's already today now been part of her second team gold at a European Children's Championships, having won with the team 2 years ago in the Netherlands. That was with Bermudez. Today it is Kotoki. Charlie Barker, her teammate on the British team, currently sitting in second place individually. Guaranteed his top 3 finish going into finals day. Will it be one Brit or two Brits in the top 3 when we reconvene the children tomorrow afternoon for those individual jumping classes? It will indeed be 2, because Tabby Morgan-Evans is in the silver medal position individually, with Charlie Barker, her teammate, in the bronze. It is a brilliant round from Pedro Mansur to make sure he goes forward in the gold medal position. But congratulations once again. It is a full house of clear rounds, and that is the team champions for the 2026 Children's European Championships. Congratulations to that team, and of course to Claire Whitaker, who yet again has masterminded another golden performance for the British team. Very, very well done indeed. What an amazing day. What sport, what competition, and of course still to come. There's the individual standings going into finals day tomorrow. Still to come though, it's going to be the team final today, 2:30 this afternoon, so a little way off yet, but we're not, another couple of hours will be underway, 2:30 this afternoon. We've got the Young Rider team competition to enjoy. So I hope you can be with us for that. In the meantime, I'm going to leave you enjoy the presentations and the medal ceremony. Well done again to the Brits. Great news.
For all the individual winners of this final class, all the double clear rounds, they have won this class, and even if they're not getting a medal at the Europeans, we would like to welcome them all in the arena once more. Without the horses, please, just on your foot, please. The winners of this final class, all the double clears, our ringmaster Alex will bring you to the arena, so please gather around at the warm-up arena in front of the entrance. 20 riders in total now here in the main arena. Please gather around to prepare this prize giving in the warm-up arena. We have an important information for all the competitors that prepare already for the next class. It's going to be the second round and the team final of the Young Rider Europeans will start at 3 p.m.
At 3 p.m. it's class number 11, half an hour later than we scheduled before. Half an hour later we start with class number 11, second round of the team final of the Europeans of Young Riders. Before we start with the medal ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, and dear competitors, we'd like to welcome all the 20 winners of this final competition. And even if they won't get a medal, there will be a golden ribbon to remember these European Championships. So please enter the arena and take your stage. The 20 winners of the class. It has been a thrilling final and a thrilling team competition in the end. And after having had 2 rounds and so many great performances with double clear, we have about 20 winners of this class, and they all lined up between the CWD poles. So congratulations all them together. Tabby Morgan Evans, double clear. Pedro Mansour, Lucia Keen, Augusta Ruby, Mia Breen, Mila Osig, Mila Martens, Alessia Amsler, Ali Shane, then Charlie Barker, Wim Voss, Lena Siegenthaler, Lucas Hernandez Gonzalez, Liv Gunnarsson, Nina Stegemann, Ina Maria Bogita, Mia Wilson Mille, and Sasha de Saint-Enclos, Lily Vargas and Allegra Banks-Clark. These are the 20 winners of this final class. Congratulations, double clear, you all. And it is the great honor for Renate Wassing-Schumann to hand over the special golden ribbons we have for this kind of occasion. And you will receive 1 golden ribbon by Renate Wassing-Schumann, one of the judges here on the Judges' Tower. And also Marie Flick and Melanie Haunhaus are congratulating on behalf of the whole organizing committee all the 20 winners of our final children competition. It is for your home nation, for your home country to ride, to participate in this European Championships, and you all did a double clear performance. So, while leaving this arena afoot, send your horses the best greetings from us all and receive our big round of applause for you. Congratulations for winning the final class, all the double clearers. And you will be led by Timo Schulz out of this arena. And Timo will lead the way with the European flag in hand. We are all united in riding. Congratulations once again. we're getting ready for the medal ceremony for the FEI Jumping Children European Team Championships 2026. Just a few seconds time, and then we're back with the bronze, silver and gold medal winning teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the first medal ceremony of the FEI Jumping European Championships for Children. And now we'd like to welcome our committee. This is the FEI representative Todd Heim, alongside representative of CWD Timo Schulz and Torben Hartstein, and our organizing committee Marie Flick and Melanie Haunhorst. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please get ready for the 2026 European Champions for the children, bronze, silver and gold. Where is a round of applause for our winners? Team Great Britain is already there. Team Netherlands. And now we welcome the third team we need for this ceremony. Please welcome Team Germany. Wir sehen alle 5, die zu den Teams dazugehören, mit in der Bahn. Denn im ersten Springen, dem Zeitspringen, ging es ja darum, dass alle 5 die Top-Ergebnisse sammeln und dann erst die Mannschaften auch benannt wurden. So all 5 competitors for the teams are part of this medal. Of course, we think about the table C in the first competition. And that's why we have 5 competitors for each team in our arena. And now, while we have the horses and riders with us, we'd like to dismount. And ladies and gentlemen, now that we have welcomed our honoring committee, the FEI representative Todd Hein, the CWD from our sponsorship Timo Schulz and Torben Hartstein, and from our organizing committee Marie Flick and Melanie Hauenhorst, it's time to hand over the medals, starting with the bronze medal. Within the end today, 3 clear rounds and a total score of 10.47 penalty points. Heidi van Thiel as chef d'équipe, Ebert Seemann as the trainer of this bronze medal winning team, but they're allowed to step further forward right now as first. Winning bronze, it's Racina, Grace Isabel Kühner, Clooney and Justus Thompson, Kapitän and Mila Osing, Starlinda and Joel Freyer, and Cordiana and Luisa Charlotte Brox, Bronze für Deutschland. The bronze medals are handed over by the FEI representative Todd Hein. And the silver medal, winning with 7.10 penalty points after 3 rounds, with 6 clears in the team final. Chef d'équipe Edwin Hohenrath, it's Nina Stegemann, Pedro Mansour, Messina den Teunder, Mila Martins and Wim Voss. Silver for Team Netherlands. And the new Team European Champions 2026 with chef d'équipe Claire Whittaker, only 5.61 and was so great to see 7 clear rounds in the team final in total. The team gold medal goes to El Horien, Tabby Morgan Evans, Mia Breen, Alexander Laggett and Charlie Barker. Great Britain wins gold! And the medals. The team gold medal for Great Britain, team silver for the Netherlands, and the team bronze medal are now handed over by the FEI representative Todd Hagen. Bronze for Germany, silver for the Netherlands, and gold for Great Britain. It is this year. We not only have the medals presented by FEI representative Todd Hagen, we have special prizes presented by Timo Schulz and Torben Hallstein, presented by CWD. And ladies and gentlemen, while the medals are handed over, I think it is time to give a huge round of applause, not only for the riders, but especially and most heartily for all our horses that have reached these goals, the medals, and our congratulations, of course, for our horses. And now that the medals are handed over, now that the official part is set, and the bronze medal around the necks of the German riders, the silver medal of the Dutch team, and the new Team European Champion Great Britain, they will be honored with their national anthem. And I would like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to be each and everybody upstanding for the anthem, the national anthem of Great Britain. The 2026 Team European Champions Children, Great Britain. And of course we have special prizes to hand over before we remount, but the special prizes, ladies and gentlemen, are presented by CWD, by Timo Schulz, who is supporting this event. and handing over the special prizes for the gold medalists of Great Britain. Alongside him, Torben Hartstein, his colleague of CWD. For the gold medal winners, for Charlie Barker, Alexander Lagat, Mia Breen, Tabby Morgan-Evans and El Horien. Special prizes for the silver medal winners, presented by Free Jump. New stirrups, handed over by the family Hounhorst. And of course, congratulations from Timo and Torben. And the bronze medal receives new boots from Piqueur. And let's have a nice picture once again with all our representatives of the companies, of the supporters, with the Hounhorst family on the picture. Melanie with congratulations for the German team. And let's put a big smile into their faces by applauding once more for our new Team European Children Champions. Well, yes, for some of them it's the first time ever. They are part of the history of their home country. And it's not only the riders, as I said, it's also the horses. And before they remount, it's time to celebrate a bit like the big lads do. Of course, it's alcohol-free, no problem, no worries, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, guys, you will have enough time in your careers to train this more and more. Each and every podium you will receive, there will be another bottle of Prosecco to celebrate with. But now it's time to get back onto your horses. I know it's fun, I know it's fun. Okay, there's one Dutch bottle still not opened. But I think, guys, let's not forget, you have the horses at your back. And Wim, I think it's time to get on your horse right now, or isn't it? Pedro, come on.
We're gonna celebrate and party with you.
And we will get a bit more relaxed, ladies and gentlemen, to get our riders back on the horses. Because to finish off this medal ceremony, to finish off the Team European Championships for children, it is time to prepare everything for a nice lap of honor. And we hope you all have your flags in hand. You all are prepared to give all the riders and horses the huge congratulations they deserve. After 3 competitions, after the Table C, to start all the Europeans and then the 2 team rounds. And let's have a look around. Is everything set? Are the Brits ready? Charlie, Alex, Mia, Tabby and Elle. Are the Dutch ready? Wim, Mila, Messina, Pedro and Nina. Und sind die Deutschen auch soweit? Sind die Deutschen auch soweit? Luisa, Joel, Mila, Justus und Grace Isabel. Dann kann es losgehen. The Brits lead the way on their gold medal winning lap of honor. This is the special lap of honor, all on their own. This is the gold medal winning team in Hagen, Great Britain. What a final, ladies and gentlemen. And this final will be continued with the next final decision later on. We start with the final of the European Championships for young riders at 3 p.m. So half an hour later, we thought before 1.5 hours time to rebuild the course and prepare everything for the Young Riders European Championships.
Dann an dieser Stelle ein Hinweis. Der Fahrer des Fahrzeuges ist ein VW mit dem amtlichen Kennzeichen M für München KS 7226. Bitte umgehend das Fahrzeug an den Parkplatz entfernen. Sie blockieren die Ausfahrt für einen LKW, der abreisen möchte. Dieses Fahrzeug bitte umgehend entfernen. München KS 7226. Herzlichen Dank.
New truck, big lift, old roads, we've been tearing up since way back when. These wheels are innocent. New hitch, new seats, no hit story, and you just can't fake that. So let's change that, girl. Let's go put some miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running. Just you and me in a truck bed wide like a California king. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running. Just you and me in a truck bed wide like a California king. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. We could break it in if you know what I mean. All night, no breaks, all till the game. Ain't gotta try too hard. My baby's push to start. All tour, full speed, off road on me. 0 to 100 fast. My foot ain't touched the gas. I said, hey baby, slow it down, let's make it last. You said, where's the fun in that? Yeah, let's go put some miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running. Just you and me in a truck bed wide like a California king. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Mile after mile after mile after mile. Turn up the night like that radio dial. Shoulder to shoulder when nobody knows. Know where we're going, we ain't going on. We're putting miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running. Just you and me in a truck bed wide like a California king. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running. Just you and me in a truck bed wide like a California king. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles on it. We could break it in if you know what I mean. Put some miles couple nights, then she gon' be gone. I said, baby, you should know that's what I want. 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 What I want. And you ain't gotta worry about no trust issues with me. I got 'em too. I got 'em too. Now you ain't gotta worry about no exes. That's crazy. I got 'em too. You know I do. If you're in